Hi, everyone who's on. Happy Monday, February 13th. Thank you all for joining us. We will start at 1 o'clock, maybe give everybody a couple additional minutes to log on. We have quite a few guests today, and I just want to check to see if our college students are here. I think I saw them. If you would mind coming on mic just to make sure you're here. I think I saw Guadalupe, Jillian, Esther.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Awesome. Hi, Jillian.
Hello, I'm here, Guadalupe.
Guadalupe.
Yes.
And is Esther able to get on?
We just messaged her.
Okay. I know she had to work, so. Also wanted to check and see if Shermaya was able to log on yet. Our guest speaker. Maybe not yet. Okay, well, we will get started shortly. Thank you again. We do have a couple icebreakers, just something fun for February 14th, since it is tomorrow. If you want to go ahead and start putting it in the chat, and then, we can come unmiked once we all get started. But what is your love language? And then kind of a silly fun one, what celebrity would make the best Valentine? So if you want to go ahead and share in the chat, please feel free. All right, I am showing 1 o'clock, so we can at least get going with our icebreakers. So welcome everyone. My name is Anna Kluth. I am a senior planner here at Workforce Solutions. I am a part of the planning team for the Foster Youth Collaborative. Just want to welcome everyone here. And I know we have a couple people on our planning team that are either sick or had another meeting today. So I'm not sure. I know Aurelia's not going to be able to join us. I don't know if Maisha, are you on?
Yes, I'm here.
Hey, Maisha.
Hello.
All right. We have some chatter in the chat box too with different. I think I saw, is Laura on yet? And if you want to introduce yourself too, the planning team.
Hey, Anna. Laura will not be making it today. She had another meeting to attend, but I will go ahead and substitute for her.
All right. Thanks, Omar.
For sure.
Okay, so our icebreaker, while we're waiting a few more minutes for people to log in, if you would like to share what is your love language and what celebrity would make the best Valentine for you. And so I am seeing, Maisha, are you keeping up with the chat box?
Yes.
Okay.
Ooh, somebody said Michael B. Jordan.
Okay.
Idris Alba. Good choices.
The quality time, physical touch.
Word of affirmation. Denzel Washington. Dinner any day, anytime. Morris Chestnut. Quality time. Michael B. Jordan again. Ooh, LL Cool J.
Well, that's a good one.
Food. Morris Chestnut and Brad Pitt. Okay. Quality time. Jonathan Majors.
I don't know who that is.
I don't know who that is either. I see gifts.
I like that table you just wrote, gifts.
Yeah.
Gifts, period.
Words of affirmation.
I'm gonna write that down. I have to go back. I haven't heard of Jonathan Majors.
Majors, yeah. Said look him up. Quality time, Lance Gross. Oh yeah, that's a good one too.
Jonathan Majors is going to be in a new Creed movie. So that's who,
oh,
yes, that's
okay.
Jonathan Majors.
I just saw those previews.
I know who you're talking about now. I've seen him in like another film. He's been in like one of the Marvel films or something like that, I think.
Yeah, I think he's in Ant-Man too.
Okay.
Okay.
Acts of service. That's mine's acts of service. All of the above. And The Rock. Dwayne Johnson. Okay. Acts of service. Ian McShane. Shane. I have to
I don't
look
know that
him.
one either. I know. I have a list of Google searches for tonight
Ian
of different Valentine dates. All righty. Well, awesome. Thank you, everyone. Jonathan Majors was in the recent movie Devotion. Okay. Thank you all for participating in this. This is a good way to allow everybody to enter in and to have a little fun and get some information. I think we always say we need to write a book from all of our icebreakers with all of the good, whether it be funny or actual very resourceful information that we learn from these at the beginning of our meetings.
We want to acknowledge Charles said Rihanna. She did good last night. Good choice.
Oh, yeah. She was. She is not scared of heights either. She was like
Oh, I know.
super high. That was really cool.
With her bun in the oven.
Yeah. That was incredible. So maybe raise a hand who all watches the Super Bowl.
I did. It was a good game.
And what did your team win? Did y'all's
My son's team lost.
oh
Yeah. It was a good game though.
any comments? Anybody want to come unmiked? Super Bowl.
Bad call.
Someone had
Oh,
I
What-
think Sable has her hand raised.
I would say for me, yesterday was like the nail in the coffin that I do not and will never have a chance with Rihanna.
oh. Is there like a cry emoji for Omar?
Yeah, I was delusional for a long time and I was happy. I was okay with being delusional until yesterday. I was like, no.
I would love to hear the story of how that was going to like manifest itself. Of what would that have looked like? Awesome, fun. I see some hands raised. Did you want to say anything, or are you just raising your hand that you watched the Super Bowl? The Super Bowl. Okay, I think I did see a request in the chat somewhere, so we'll go back and see what that was. Was it from a school district?
Let's see.
Or from an old, maybe I was far up on the chat. Oh yeah, and Channelview, Jalen Hurts was from Channelview.
Oh, okay. I forgot they did say both of them were from Texas. Somebody said, they said Rocky has not put a ring on it, so don't give up hope.
Words of encouragement from Marilyn. There you go. Awesome. Okay. Well, we will go ahead and get started. Again, this is always fun, so thank you. So I would like to introduce some college students who are working on a graduation project. And I have been fortunate enough to kind of help them through their not first semester in school, but last fall semester, let's say that, with their idea of their research project on what they wanted to do. And now this semester is them actually implementing what their idea and their research project is. And it's a wonderful, wonderful project. And so I will let them introduce themselves and explain the project and the ask for this group on how we can help them out with their project. I would like to introduce Guadalupe Alvarez Lopez, Esther Bernard, and Jillian Fitzpatrick. They are attending Springfield College, and Guadalupe is actually from the Houston area. Esther and Jillian are actually East Coast residents. So this is kind of cool to get different perspectives of what's going on in different areas of the country. But I will go ahead and let the three women speak for themselves. And I will toss it to you, Esther. Oh, I think I saw Esther on here. Is she able to unmic?
There I am.
Okay, wonderful.
Hi, everyone. My name is Esther. Thank you again for your time and dedication to just hearing us out and a little bit about our goal. Like Anna was saying, we are part of Springfield College Continuing Education Program. And this practicum is a two-part practicum that we started in order to gain our diploma at the end of the end of the program, to figure out basically a community problem that is that can benefit from an action-based research project. And then us as students with different groups within the class have come together and chosen a topic that we feel could be more prevalent and discussed in order to perhaps make better changes going forward. The community need that we decided to go off of was the question of once young adults leave the foster care system and they age out at the age of 18 or 21, depending on the state that they're in, they do not have proper resources in order to best initiate them having a successful adulthood life. So what we wanted to investigate is what programs are present currently and what programs can we help to rectify in order to help bridge that gap that's causing this disruption of why certain communities have a high number of homeless and a high number of children not being able to graduate and lack of stability most and foremost. So the goal of our research project is to identify the problem and initiate the research, and then using organizations and stakeholders to work with us and in the community to see what could be done differently to make sure that going forward, that even though we're not going to be able to solve the problem, that we can at least start the first step of shedding light on the issue.
Wonderful. Okay. And do the three of you want to introduce each of yourselves and your maybe where you live and what you hope to do once you graduate?
I can go first. My name is Jillian. I actually live in Wilmington, North Carolina, and so I recruit nurses for a staffing agency currently, and I hope to continue to do that after I graduate.
Hi, my name is Guadalupe Alvarez. I'm currently living in Houston, Texas, and for my future reference, I want to take this as a practice to help our community with families that might need the resource needed based on their income or especially on their needs.
So, okay.
Okay, so what exactly is aging out? Aging out generally refers to an individual in foster care who has reached the age of 18 but hasn't achieved some type of permanency, whether that be reunification with a parent or adoption by or permanent legal custody with another caregiver. On average, 1 out of every 4 youth in foster care will become homeless within 4 years of aging out of foster care. 550,000 youths experience homelessness. According to the National Alliance to End Homelessness, each year approximately 550,000 youth without parents or guardians and young adults up to age 24 experience a homelessness episode of longer than 1 week. More than half are under the age of 18.
Now that some statistics regard to the foster care, we have created a STEMI problem for our research. Our research topic is young adults who age out of foster care. The issue we have encountered is that these young inexperienced adults often do not have the proper tools to prepare them to be independent outside the foster care system. Thus, it leads to a great risk of becoming involved with the criminal justice system due to a lack of support networks, little to no employing skills, and unstable living arrangements. Young adults who age out of the system face challenges and struggles without adequate support and guidance. Youths who do not have the proper tools and training to prepare for adults' responsibilities have a lower chance of succeeding in their endeavors. Regards to our research question, we came up with one question for our project. How can we connect foster care youth to employment opportunities once they age out?
So, like I was saying before, our goal is not to necessarily come up with this permanent solution. It's more about putting all our efforts together to shed light on this issue. And one of the goals that we have is we want to shed light on this undiscussed topic within many communities like Houston, Texas. And we also want the community coming together and show how once they come together, they can play a significant role by developing different systems to support these vulnerable, inexperienced adults. Our goal for this research project is to determine how collaborative organizations with our community partner are helping youth transition out of foster care into stable, independent living. We want to know how these resources are utilized to help prevent young adults from becoming homeless.
We would love for you guys to be a part of our research project. We have created this survey for everybody to complete, and now we would like to take that time to complete them.
All right. So I'm going to put the survey in the chat. This is a very short survey, but it is important information that they will be collecting. They will be, after they collect the information, they will be putting together a plan of how to help implement different ways to engage or make aware different resources to foster youth who are aging out or ones who have already aged out. And if there's any questions, there's a question for you, Esther, from Miss Alyssa with what is the name of the organization Esther was speaking about? Juice.
The organization that I mentioned, were you referring to the school institution that we're part of?
And if you want to come unmiked, Alyssa.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I was referring to the organization that she's with, Esther's, that you're with, that's putting on this. Are you local?
I am in Boston, Mass. And all three of us are from the continued education school, Springfield College, which is an online community, an online community of learning. So doesn't matter what state we're in, this school all puts us all together from different states, and we all have the same major, which is human services, which is how we were able to come together within this curriculum of this human practicum in order to, at the end of the day, to get our degree in human services.
Okay, thank you.
This is part of their.
Thank you, Esther. I'm sorry, one follow-up question. Esther, do you guys have a PI, a principal investigator on that? And of whom? What is the name? Do you have a principal, a lead investigator that is working with the three of you?
Well, we have our instructor who is who is our go-to person as the investigator, and then in order for us to have gotten this far into our research practicum, last semester at the end we got our research project approved by the dean of the school, and we had to present our IRB applications, which is basically our plan, how we plan on instituting it, who's going to be involved, stakeholders, etc. And we presented that to the dean and the board, and they approved the project. And then now this semester, we're actually starting the part of implementing it. So if you were to ask the key point person that's helping us along this way, it would be our instructor.
And could you drop that name in the chat box for me, please?
Absolutely.
And it's also, it's in the survey. So there is the first page of the survey is actually it goes into their names, the instructor, the school, all of that information as well.
Thank you so much, Anna.
Absolutely.
And Esther and the young ladies, thank you. Wonderful study, wonderful work. You should be very proud of yourselves.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Any other questions for these young ladies? Okay. Well, if you have any problems clicking on this link, we'll share it again at the end. We'll also share it again with the email recap that I'll send out that includes the recording of this as well. But again, this was referred to us. I forget who Guadalupe connected us from one of somebody within this collaborative who knew that what research they were trying to do. So, and there was a comment in the we have an alumni from Springfield, Susie, alumni took Springfield in 2019. So you're in good company. Susie, do you mind coming on mic and share what you studied?
So I received my degree in human services as well,
Okay.
specializing in criminal justice.
Wonderful. Thank you. All right. Well, thank you, Esther. Thank you, Guadalupe. Thank you, Jillian. And we will be hearing back from them once they collect all of their results. And thank you to everybody who participates in the survey. It's going to help our next generation of people of service. So thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for letting us pop in.
Yes, thank you so much. And thank you, Miss Anna.
Yes. And I will see y'all soon, I'm sure. Okay, so next, was Shermaya Ford able to join us? She is our guest speaker, but maybe something came up.
I don't think I saw her in her chat.
Well, we will keep moving on if she's able to join us. Of course, we would love to hear from her. Otherwise, I'll try and connect with her and maybe she can join us next month. So we will go ahead and get started with our topic. We spun the wheel and it landed on housing insecurity resources. So we have a few speakers to go into different resources. And real quick, I saw Omar. Is Joan on the call?
Hi, I'm here. My camera is doing something crazy.
Okay, no worries. I just want to check while we go through. And then Miss Evans, LaShonda, are you on? Do you see LaShonda, Maisha?
No. No, I don't.
Okay. All right. Well, we will get started with you, Omar. We'll go through. I'll try and reach out to LaShonda. If not, we'll just go to Joan after Omar. So thank you, Omar. You're going to share your screen?
Yes.
Wonderful. All right.
All right.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is Omar Martinez. I'm the manager of income programs here at the Coalition for the Homeless. And what the Coalition for the Homeless essentially is the lead agency to the Way Home Continuum of Care. And that is essentially a collaborative of over 100 organizations that come together to try to end homelessness in the Harris, Fort Bend, and Montgomery counties. So what I'm going to go ahead and share with you, because we are not a direct service provider here at the Coalition for the Homeless, we're the lead agency. I'm going to go ahead and share a resource with you that will help you, whether you're in the Harris, Bourbon, or Montgomery counties, provide to a client that comes to you for services, and in your assessment, in your conversations, whenever you touch base with somebody and they say, I am experiencing homelessness or I'm about to experience homelessness within a span of 2 weeks, this is a resource guide that may help them immediately and then also long term. And I'm gonna go ahead and start sharing my screen, Anna. Let me know
Okay.
if y'all do not see my screen.
Oh, boy, while that's coming up, do you have a digital link to that so that you can maybe pass on a QR code or whatnot to those that need help?
Yes, I'll also go ahead and show you how you can access this, because one, it's PDF, and then I know that y'all would like maybe to print it out, maybe post it, and then also when there's updates to it, I'd like for you to be able to pull out the most recent link yourself as well. So I'll go ahead and show you how to do that as well.
Thank you.
Trying to like minimize this little page, but it's okay. I'm gonna just hopefully y'all can see it. So this is our The Way Home Houston resource guide for those experiencing homelessness. Um, because we don't provide any resources when it comes to like hotel vouchers or make promises to provide immediate housing, we understand that some people are in dire situations and they need to enter some kind of space for shelter temporarily. So what you'll see here is a map guide of all the shelters that we work with to help someone gain access. The first portion you'll find is emergency shelters for men. So that's between adults that are ages 18 and up. The second portion is for shelters for women and families. So people that have kids. And when it comes to shelters, because they need to be broken down, oftentimes families, this is sometimes where the male may have to go to the men's, and then the women and children will have to go here. And that's again just to maintain oftentimes confidentiality, to keep peace, and to better serve clients. And then this is a 2-pager, so I will go down to the second page. And what you'll find here is all the resources that are able to help youth between the ages 18 to 21. They may serve clients that are younger, but as of now that I know of, 18 to 21. These are some day shelters people can access for resources other than just housing. Then we have our list for those that are experiencing domestic violence. And what my suggestion would be is if you know a client that may be experiencing homelessness and they're open to going to a shelter, for the client to call themselves. And the reason for this is oftentimes they may start the intake process at the call, or they may start asking questions where you as a case manager or a point of contact may not know the answers to. And I know this from experience because I used to be a navigator before. I would call shelters for clients, and they'd start asking me a whole bunch of questions that I do not know the answer to. But that would be my suggestion, is for the client to call themselves. But this is a short, immediate response to homelessness. I know oftentimes clients need, other than just immediate shelter, they need long-term stability. And to be able to do that, clients can call our coordinated access line to complete a housing assessment. And that's to help them to start getting on the path to housing. That intake line is 832-531-6041. And clients can call Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Side note for this, the coordinated access intake line receives a high volume of calls, and oftentimes people cannot get in the first time. So please encourage your clients to call more than one time. And if they do not get a response by phone, they can also email coordinated access for that to schedule a housing assessment, which is ca@homelesshouston.org. For this, clients can go ahead and do it, but if you're able to, as a case manager, and help a client email ca@homelesshouston.org to schedule that appointment, that's also advisable. When you, as a case manager or point of contact, type in ca@homelesshouston.org in the to section of the email, you'll get an automated message that lets you know what information needs to be in the body of the email for you to refer somebody over. That way, somebody at Coordinated Access can determine what's the best course of action, and then also how to contact the client that that is being referred over. The turnaround time as far as getting called to get a scheduled appointment or to get an assessment varies from client to client, just depending on how busy Coordinated Access is. But I would suggest anywhere between a week to 2 weeks, maybe a time. And that's, again, kind of like a shot in the dark. Sometimes they can get a call or an email a day later, 2 days later, but just allow a little bit of time for that to happen. There are some information here as well as far as where somebody could get an assessment in person, but it's not necessary for somebody to enter one of these locations for them to get an assessment. And that's why someone can call or email. Does anyone have any questions about that so far?
Omar, thank you
I
for
had a
offering
oh,
to.
go ahead.
Omar, thank you for offering to share that. What would
Mhm.
really help us and who we serve is to be able to give them a simple QR code to scan. So thank you for sharing this, but also a link. If this is on a website somewhere, a link would allow us to convert it to a QR code so that we can easily distribute it, to them either manually or via email. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. And then just to point out lastly, down here at the bottom, Coordinated Access clients must be homeless. Proof of homelessness will be required at program entry, and Coordinated Access is not a voucher program. So again, it's not an immediate program that will help somebody get housed. It does take time. Again, encourage your clients to trust the process because it does take time. Different criteria, different situations require different needs and to meet those needs. So it does sometimes take time. So if someone needs additional assistance beyond just housing, you can see here down at the bottom, food, clothing, and other services, people can call 211 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So I'm going to go ahead and minimize this real quick and go ahead into the web page so you can find this resource guide yourself. All right, so this is our webpage, homelesshouston.org. It's the Coalition for the Homeless website. In order for you to navigate this and find the resource that you need, you will go to resources here. And then for that particular form I just showed you, you'll go to Street Guide. And this is where you'll be able to find that form. Now you can download it, share the link. As far as a QR code, I don't know if there is one. To my knowledge, there's not. And it's also not something that I would be able to create. But if they ever updated, that may be a suggestion that we could make to help clients out with that. There's some other resources that we have listed on our webpage. Again, you'll select the resource drop-down menu, go to help card, and then you'll find stuff categorized by need in here as well.
Omar, there's a question in the chat box that says, do you know of any resources in Brazoria County? Is there a way, since you're on the page right now, where you would go type in either a zip code or county and resources would pop up?
Yeah, so unfortunately, we service only Harris, Fort Bend, and Montgomery counties. And that is just because that's our restriction by HUD, Housing and Urban Development, Housing and Urban Development, sorry. As far as resources like that, I would suggest you go into the United Way page or calling 211. I'm not sure if United Way's reach is all the way into Brazoria County, but they may be able to help with those resources. And I know United Way's page has a section like that on their webpage, Anna, where you'd be able to type in like a zip code or something like that and narrow down the specific resource that you need to be able to help out with that.
And I
Omar,
see.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, I know Lily, you said in talking with Barbara from Galveston County, she kind of had the same questions as far as resources go in Brazoria County. I was just going to ask you, Lily, do you have any resource that you currently utilize for youth that are experiencing homelessness?
Really, all I've done is reach out to 211, call local shelters myself to see what else is available. But I'm always wanting to know about other local resources that I don't already know about. So that's why I was asking.
Okay.
Yeah, and I know that Laura and her team, the youth programs team, may be working on another resource guide. And I don't think it's finalized or anything like that. But again, those resources will be catered specifically to clients that are homeless, youth clients that are homeless, rather I should say, and are in Harris, Fort Benning, Montgomery counties.
Okay.
But Laurel can talk a little bit more about that next time.
Lily, in Brazoria County, I had called, it's Teen and Adult Challenge, because I had a youth that was needing housing. The only thing about Teen and Adult Challenge, they do have housing because they got a new facility built. So they actually have beds available, but it's only females and they have to be experienced in substance abuse and not on any medications. And they stay there on that facility. They don't leave to go to school. Like, they do schooling there and they get all their services there. And that's in Alvin, Texas.
Omar, I had a question. Are you all still or the coalition, are they still doing the diversion program?
Yes, so I believe this year around, there was some funding provided for the diversion program. So diversion is essentially what it says, diversion. It's to help people that are nearly homeless and not quite just homeless yet, but that experience may happen within 2 weeks. And again, it's an essential, quick need to help someone from becoming homeless, such as like rent assistance, utility assistance. The resources vary for what they could be used for. But again, it is quick assistance, so there are some stipulations on when some or who would be able to receive those services. And a main stipulation to that resource is you have to start either actively job searching or already have employment. So that way, you're able to maintain stability for yourself over time, because if you're getting assistance within 1 to 3 months, that time passes quick. So just to have some assurance that you'll be able to stand on your feet after these short-term assistance helps out a lot.
Thank you.
And I'm going to go through some of the questions that are in the chat here. So we have from, oh, go ahead. Were you going to do it, Maisha? Go ahead.
I was just about to say,
Awesome.
I know the first question I saw, Omar, someone was asking for your direct phone number.
Sure. I'll go ahead and drop it in the chat once I stop sharing my screen. I'll go ahead and drop my email address, my email, and also my phone number. But just I'll be able to provide very basic, very general information because my focus is on income programs. Once somebody's been housed, they're getting assistance, helping those clients get connected to income and employment. But I'll be happy to either try to answer the question if I know it or direct you somewhere where you could find that answer.
Okay, thank you. I hope I'm not repeating this. It says, does the coalition provide assistance with those facing eviction? Did that already get answered?
I believe eviction would fall under diversion. So someone that is about to experience homelessness will get that assistance through diversion. But they'll have to again go through that coordinated access housing assessment to determine how someone can get helped.
And so if somebody might have a referral for that or be trying to get access to that diversion program themselves, who do they contact?
Coordinated access.
Okay.
So this information down here.
Gotcha.
This one's slightly different for some reason. I think because I selected it from a different link. Let me go back to the street guide. So yeah, by calling here.
Okay.
So I mentioned that it's hard to be placed in Fort Bend as well.
Be placed in
Fort Bend.
a shelter or like housing?
Both, Omar.
Okay.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the resources aren't quite there like it is in Harris County. But I know that we do have connections to certain connections in Fort Bend County. But it's not as easy as it is in Harris County. The resources are definitely more inner city.
Someone says, Omar, on this website, is there a location where youth can obtain clothes?
It's not a resource that we particularly provide, but that is something that maybe they can access later with an organization. If they're looking for a resource like that, they may be able to get it from either of these, Covenant House or YARC, Young Adult Resource Center.
Someone also suggested for them to contact 211.
Houston Threads assist with clothing for young adults. You just have to do the referral online and they will reach out to them the same day. I can provide the link on the chat.
Yeah, please do. I don't think I've ever heard of that one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think those were all the questions. If I missed
welcome.
any question.
All right. If there's any other questions, Anna, or Maisha, feel free to send them to me later.
Okay.
I'm gonna go ahead and stop sharing my screen already. Okay. Thanks for the time.
Thank you, Omar.
There's one,
I did. Oh, go ahead.
There's one more. It says if someone is helped by the housing department and now need help with transportation. Oh shoot, hold on. And now needs help with transportation, childcare to get into a job. Is there a resource for this?
Yeah, so
go ahead.
Yeah, so whenever somebody's connected to a housing program, then a case manager starts working with the client, starts determining what their additional needs are beyond just housing. And then situations like that's when case managers and programs start working with my team to try to discuss how we can connect them to those additional resources. Off the top of my head, the one resource that we utilize a lot, just because it's a great resource and it's available to everybody, is Workforce Solutions. Because again, employment is a key strategy to ending homelessness. And oftentimes they're able to help somebody look for employment, help them land employment, and then help them stay supported by things like transportation, childcare, and things like that.
Yes, good answer.
Oh, and sorry. So the way we do it is by referral method in our homeless management information system. And that initiative that we do together is Income Now. But again, it's after somebody's been housed, can get a referral and things like that.
And Brianna add it on there. If the young adult is receiving services through the Hayes Center, we can provide Metro cards. So that is something to utilize as well.
And yes, there is a wait list for childcare. However, depending on the person's situation, they do have different priority groups. So it's always still important to go on there and to put your application in and let them know which priority group you fall under, that they process priority applications. It's a priority for them to process particular applications if they fall under a certain priority group.
All right, y'all. Well, again, thank you very much for the time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Omar.
Thank you.
I do see. Can you repeat where you applied for childcare?
I'm gonna put it in the. I'm gonna put the link in the chat.
And I will include all of these shared resources in the chat and the recap email as well. So hopefully that'll make it easier to access as well in case you missed any, because we do have a lot of chat going on.
Yes.
Which is always wonderful. Okay, and I don't think LaShonda was able to join us from Region 4. If so, please go ahead and unmic yourself. She was going to speak in regards to from TEA point of view and McKinney-Vento. I know we have some liaisons out there on the call if anybody would like to speak to that as far as just kind of the basis for McKinney-Vento and kind of helping those students or families, what that looks like, and maybe also any of the needs from the schools for, you know, spreading that awareness to the students or any partnering resources. I know there's different school districts who have reached out and tried to connect with different resources. So always good to be able to share in a large forum also. But I also don't want to put anybody on the spot. So we can always ask LaShonda to join us again also and provide information, and I can always provide in a recap. So anybody from a school district want to share? And Omar is sharing.
What are we sharing? Is somebody else going to share? Great. Nobody else? Nobody else?
No.
Okay. All right. All
Okay.
right. Okay. Well, I'm Verlencia Prince. I am the McKinney-Vento liaison for Stafford Municipal School District. And we're in the greater Houston area. And we basically our school district, we have about, we're a small school district. We only have about 3,800 students. And we are creeping up on a little over 100 students that are considered homeless. And so what the McKinney-Vento Act is, for those that don't know, it's just basically a federal and state guidelines that kind of govern how we handle students that are in homeless situations. And so homelessness looks different in school districts than it does in other places. And so McKinney-Vento in the school system is that they are either temporarily doubled up with another family member due to loss of housing, or that they are living in a home, in a shelter, or transitional living, or in a place that's not fit. So, in a park or bench, or living in their car. And so McKinney-Vento liaisons, what we do is help enroll those students, help train the school staff to know how to basically look for the red flags of students, like if they're consistently targeted to first period. Well, maybe it's because they moved, and often that is the case. And then we try to prevent any barriers to enrollment. So if it's that we need to get them from school, we work with transportation, and every school district I know is short on drivers right now. So it has been really crazy trying to make sure that we can get these babies to school. And so for me, like my high school kids, like some of them are in Uber, like we're working with like other third party companies to try to meet the need, because it is just like over an overwhelming amount of kids, and they're coming in sibling groups. And so they're just like or if there's really a need for it. And so that's just our responsibility on the districts that we work with the McKinney-Vento as well as the foster students, since they're sort of the same guidelines. Is that helpful? You need more?
No, I think that's good. I think sometimes we hear those words and not really sure what they mean or what's available. And so when the transportation, I mean, I feel like that's just something that we are hearing all the time in every dynamic, every population. So when they're doing Uber, is that voucher, is the school district pay for those services?
So,
Yeah.
so we've had to get creative, and so we received some grant money from TEA specifically, and it was during COVID money, essentially, just some extra supports because there's just been so many students, and so I've created basically a budget line for transportation, and yes, the school does cover it. So, and I only do that for my high school kids because the littles are just too little, but for my juniors and seniors who are kind of more independent and their parents agree, I set up a Uber for Business account, and I set up the rides for them, and so I can track the rides. You can also do a voucher as well, but that's really been the only way we've been able to keep up because we're so short. Um, yes, all school districts should have a McKinney-Vento liaison, so somebody should be be designated on that district in that district to handle these kinds of things.
Now, I have a question. I'm sorry. This is Sarah with the
Yes.
Texas Health
Hi,
Steps
Sarah.
program. I know that you mentioned that in order for them to get the help from the liaison, I guess, at the school, they have to either be like living with a family member or maybe living in their car or, on a bench or what have you. But what if they've ended up with friends, just with a friend?
Same.
Was
It's the
that
same
also the
thing.
same? Okay.
Temporarily doubled up friend or family member. If the student is with someone like, hey, they had to go live with my friend, then they're also considered an unaccompanied minor if they're not in the care of someone who's their legal guardian. And so it's just the way that they code it in the district and, the state funds based on that information. But if they're living in a temporary situation, from that point that we identify them until the end of the school year, they are eligible for all services. And they have to reapply for that for the next school year.
Okay, thank you, thank you. So I need to put this young man then in contact with his McKinney-Vento liaison at the school then, because I know that he was having a hard time getting enrolled. They wouldn't take him at the school. He spent like a week without, just bouncing around, not knowing what to do,
and he
until my
should not,
husband
and
took him in.
that should not be, because McKinney-Vento students and foster students are eligible for immediate enrollment without paperwork, without immunizations, without anything. The school is supposed to enroll them.
Yeah,
And
I think
so
it was just a miscommunication in this case. And once my husband went up there and talked to somebody at the school, they got him in that same day.
Perfect. Yeah, because that's what's
Yeah.
supposed to happen.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Okay, and this is
Oh,
I'm sorry. This is Dr. Jenny Larry Johnson with Meridian Academy, and I didn't jump in there right away. But for those students, as Valencia mentioned, that are just temporarily displaced from personal housing or any type of housing services, or they're in temporary emergency shelter, Meridian Academy can assist them with any interruptions in education while they're pursuing their high school diplomas through either credit recovery, some of the other programs that would help them receive tutoring or educational supports until they get past their trauma and beyond. We're also reaching out for those that are needing that hope and a dream through career planning and career search, and hoping to do some job placements, some temporary job placements starting this summer to ensure that they have access to some type of personal funds as they begin to walk their way back to normal life. And again, that's open for any youth or individual actually that find themselves traumatized in a situation with a lack of resources or options to pull themselves out with support, guidance, and mentoring. And I did drop my name and my number and my school inside the chat. Dr. Jenny Larry Johnson, Meridian Academy, Jay Johnson at mysmla.com. We would love to join the network as a self-sustainability partner. give them a chance and an opportunity. That's what we do.
Thank you, Dr. Jenny. Dr. Jenny, can you email me? Y'all have a flyer with all of that information, correct?
We most certainly do. We're in the process of updating it because we were at first, the short answer is yes.
Okay.
We were at first just looking at doing it in the summers, but the demand and the interest is making us look at doing it twice a year. So Anna, I am going to send you that information as well as a link to our intake form that we now have on our website. But please know that we are in the process of updating some of that information. So if you get something from someone else that's more recent, please disregard what I sent you, please. So Anna, can you drop your email in the chat, please?
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am, and I'll get that to you as soon as we finish.
Absolutely, and I'll share that in the recap as well.
Thank you so much, Anna.
Not good at talking and typing.
Okay.
There
That I understand.
Okay.
And someone asked if I may respond, Anna, whether or not our services are virtual or in person. We offer a blended environment, meaning that our digital learning platform is 100% web-based, but we do have a studio, we have labs at our physical location in West Park at Southwest Freeway, where our students are more than welcome to walk through the door. We ask that they call to make sure that they, someone is there to greet them. And if they are a supervised youth, we at under the age of 18, we ask for them to be under the guidance of a parent or guardian. But if they need, and whatever exceptions they need, we try to work with them on that. So thanks for asking that question. Short answer: virtual and in person, based on the needs of the learner.
Awesome. Thank you.
No, my pleasure. Thank you for the opportunity to share.
Absolutely. And Sarah dropped her information in the chat also. I'll be sure to share that out.
Thank you, Sarah.
All right. And next we will move along. If you do have any more questions, please include them and we can try and address them at the end or make those connections after the meeting. But next we have Joan White from Hay Center.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am going to share my screen. Let me know if you guys can see it.
I do not see it yet.
Can you see it now? It should say, hey, Housing Continuum Program.
Yes.
All right. All right. Good afternoon. I am Joan White. I am the Housing Program Supervisor over at the Houston Alumni and Youth Center, where we are a direct resource referral agency for former foster youth, and we also serve those youth who are currently in foster care. So I'm going to talk a little bit today about housing and the way we do it over at the Hay Center. We have a few programs that we work with in our housing program continuum. Our first program is our Bridge Housing Program. We also work with housing voucher programs through the local agencies. Our current programs are the Foster Youth to Independence voucher as well as Mainstream. We do create independent housing options for former foster youth who just need assistance in just housing planning. And we provide navigation services to youth who may be in position to actually go into locations on their own, but they need to know where to look and who to trust. Other programs that we ask our youth to consider, or we try to shop around with them, are rapid rehousing programs and permanent supportive housing. So we are assessors for the coalition. So a lot of the former foster youth who come to our agency are entered into HMIS here at the Hay Center. We can do that assessment in person or over the phone. So our bridge housing program is a length of 6 months with an option to extend the lease 6 months. This program is really for former foster youth who have recently left care, are between the ages of 18 to 20 years old, willing to live independently, are willing to participate in a structured program, and they're motivated to locate employment and or attend school. One of the big things is that this program is in a specific location. So we understand that some of our youth are working prior to leaving care or very early on. And when they relocate, it's just not economically feasible for them to get to their old jobs. So we want them to have some work experience or some education experience, but we do understand that sometimes there has to be a change in order for them to go into this program. And so we try to ensure that they are just motivated to work and to go to school, either full-time for either or part-time for both. The financial responsibility that falls on the young adult is starting at the third month, then they'll be required to pay their utilities, which is their electricity, their trash and water, and their renter's insurance. They are required, they usually start paying a part of their lease as well, if it's extended beyond the 6 month program. So we try to give them that first 6 months for them to just learn how to be out and establish how to pay bills, paying them on time. We have a case manager that works at that program Monday through Friday. Our next option are our housing vouchers. We call ourselves direct referral because we work directly with the housing authority in order to ensure that the application is complete from start to finish. So we are currently partnered with Galveston, Harris County, Houston Housing Authority, and Rosenberg. So we cover what we call the greater Houston area, even though we covered 13 counties. So of course you don't see 13 counties there, but sometimes our youth are moving from Montgomery County and they're, because they are in a state of homelessness, they're willing to move to Galveston or Rosenberg or Houston. And so we try to assist them as best we can to ensure that they're able to use a voucher in those areas. This is a program to consider if a youth has aged out and they are beyond the demographic or the scope of care that is needed for our bridge housing program. So it can be anyone who is over the age of 18, but younger than the age of 25. No, we say 24, but we really like to work with them like not beyond 24 and 6 months, because as you'll see in the upcoming slides, it takes a little while for that housing voucher to be processed. This is great if they want to add someone to their lease or if they already have children. One of the things that is required by our program is that they're willing to participate in ongoing housing case management services. So all of the services that are offered at the Hay Center are voluntary for our youth, but we really, really strongly recommend that they always have a housing case manager so that they can act as a liaison when necessary between the housing authority or the apartment complex or apartment locator or anything like that to really walk with them through that process. The financial responsibility for a former foster youth who participates in one of the housing voucher programs is normally up to 40% of that young adult's income. And just a little background to that, normally the housing authority requires that if a youth or young adult or anyone who is on a housing voucher is working, that they consider a part of their income, and 40% is what the average American should be paying. And so they just apply that standard to their actual philosophy. So in order to get started, so if you know former foster youth and you are wanting them to work with the Hay Center, these are the required documents. We would need a copy of their current driver's license or Texas ID. And we would need the actual hard copy of it, like, you know, how not the paper copy, but the one that doesn't expire for 4 or 6 years. A social security card for themselves and any dependents. Birth certificate for themselves and any dependents. Proof of income. We would need all of the income that they are receiving, whether it's paycheck, SNAP award letter, SSI, FAFSA award letter if they're enrolled in school, any regular contributions, like if they're participating in any type of programming. We would normally need a letter from that programming that states we covered the cell phone bill. It could be something as simple as that for 12 months, because all of that is considered income when you are doing the housing application. And we also, if they're enrolled in Bridge, we just like to know the other programs that they're working with so that we don't overlap those programs with services or resources. So we try to ensure that the youth is fully managing their resources as best as possible. We require checking account statements from the previous 6 months, savings account statements from the previous 6 months, because one of the things that the case managers do is help them to learn how to budget, whether they are in our bridge housing program or if they're on a housing choice voucher. And transcripts from any colleges, if they're taking classes or any post-secondary education programs. The housing referral and application process looks like a case management referral to our housing program. So one of the things that we do is ensure that if a youth calls us and they say, hey, I've aged out of care, I don't know where to go, what we're going to first do is get them enrolled in the basic Hay Center programming to ensure that they have access to as many benefits and resources that they need. And then we will get that housing referral. We do the HMIS entry, which is the assessment for the coalition. And then we do our own in-house housing assessment where we capture the personal information for programming, just to ensure that we're connecting the young adult to the right resources and programming. We give program recommendations based off of that information, and then we complete whatever the appropriate application with them is. So sometimes it's to the Bridge Housing Program. Sometimes gathering that information, we decide which program, because of location or employment or whatever is important to that young adult, which program will suit them at which agency. We communicate with the housing authority about their application. After it's submitted, we do follow-ups, additional document requests, and we try to keep the youth in contact about the time frame of their application. The housing application will be sent directly from the Hay Center to the housing authority. So we don't allow the youth to take the application with them and drop it off themselves. We try to stay within that direct referral process. And we tell all of our young adults, unfortunately, the time frame, as Omar stated, is kind of long when you're working to get housed. And so it could be anywhere from 2 months to 9 months. Just depending on the speed of the housing programs. The housing authority will schedule a briefing after everything is processed, and the young adult will have to attend that briefing in person. Literally, this past Friday was the first housing briefing for the Houston Housing Authority in person since the pandemic shut everything down. So even with that, we're careful to speak with our youth about the timing of and the processing, because things constantly change in housing. But what they're doing is they are back in service. And so the youth will attend the briefing with a housing team member from the Hay Center. They will receive the voucher, and one voucher stays with the housing program here, and then the housing navigator will have access to that. After they receive that voucher, they will meet with our housing navigator about where they want to live in those greater areas. as we all know, when dealing with anyone, there are challenges to housing, but especially given the statistics that we heard earlier with upon exiting foster care within 4 years, some of our youth are homeless. There will be challenges that comes with that, unfortunately. Credit history for some of our youth is a barrier when it comes to searching for an apartment, whether they have a voucher or not. Some of them don't have verifiable employment. They don't have bank accounts. They may owe previous utility bills. Sometimes our youth will come to us, our young adults will come to us owing electricity bills or water bills or things of that nature because they lived with someone, and part of the agreement of them living with someone is that they would put a bill in their name. And so that's what they've done in order to secure their housing previously. They could have charge-off accounts because of those unpaid bills or loans or things that they have taken out, defaulted loans and poor credit scores for various reasons. They may have backgrounds of the criminal nature, like recent charges. Anything that is a year or less is considered a barrier because most complexes or landlords don't want to rent to someone who has a new criminal background charge, assault charges, terroristic threat charges, sex offender charges. These we see frequently with our youth, and it makes it a little bit of a challenge to navigate with those youth and to get them into good apartment complexes. If they have rental history, broken leases, multiple evictions, or even balances just owed to previous landlords because of loss of job or support or those type of things. So we have a lot to consider. But we do have hope. What we try to talk to our young adults about early on in the process is how to increase their chances of getting approved when they're going into an apartment, whether it is through the Bridge Housing Program or it's without the housing voucher or even with the housing voucher. One of the things that we've seen since the need of apartments has skyrocketed in Houston so much because of just, previous winter storms or hurricanes or all of that stuff. They are in a different competing market for apartment complexes. So what we try to do is implore them to have stable employment where they stay at their employer for 6 months or more. We encourage them to keep copies of their check stubs and to not change employment in the middle of the housing process. So once we've submitted that application, we kind of want them to stay in place at their employer because it makes it so much easier to verify their income and what they will pay in the future if they are employed. Finalize any pending background issues. So if they have outstanding warrants or if they're going to court, we do sometimes ask them to take care of those things so that we can increase the chances of them receiving a voucher, as well as after they receive that voucher, going into an apartment complex or townhouse condo or whatever. We implore them to check their credit score and know what's on their credit background and to make payment plans with any for any past due debt that they have. So I know it was a lot of information, but this brings me to the end very quickly. So are there any questions?
So before, if anybody has any questions, I know multiple people have asked for a copy of the slides. Is that something you can share, Joan?
Sure, I can send it to you, and
okay,
if you want to send it out.
Perfect. Yes. And then I will also send out the PDF that Omar shared earlier. And any other questions for Joan? That was a lot of information. It was a lot of
I'm sorry.
Very good information.
No, it was
great.
excellent.
Great
Hey,
though. Yeah.
Anna, hi, it's Lori Gobolo. I was just wondering, I think early in the slide, you mentioned independent housing options along with the bridge housing and the vouchers. Could you say a little bit more about that, please?
The independent housing options that we come up with, a lot of times our youth may not qualify for vouchers for varying reasons. So we do have some youth who are, let's say you're 19 or you're 20 years old and you're involved with someone who is significantly older. By virtue of that, you may not qualify for an FYI voucher just because of the relationship. And so they would prefer, or if they would prefer to live with someone who may not pass a background check. So what we do is we consider those things and we try to go to some landlords that we've worked with or some complexes that we know may show favor or grace to our program and just let them know that we have a client and really speak with them about that. Or if they are fully employed and they're gainfully employed, but they may have experienced a short stint of unemployment where they're behind on some bills and they're not going to be able to pay that rent for the first couple of months. We try to create some type of housing option for them where we may be able to go to our foundation and ask for funding to, help them to get into that apartment. And then they'll be able to pay off all of those old things and then move forward in a couple of months of paying on their own. So really just really sitting with them and during that assessment process and taking it all in and then creating something that will fit for them. We have some, young adults who unfortunately, may get out of jail or just whatever it is, we try to work with them as much as we possibly can to ensure that they are able to have a plan to go somewhere and to stabilize and grow and become self-sufficient from there.
Thank you. That's amazing. Appreciate that.
I see a question about Venmo.
Yes. So they're asking, Susan's asking, most youth I know don't have checking accounts, but use an app like Venmo. Do youth who age out typically open a checking account as part of their PAL classes?
We do encourage them to open what we call a traditional checking account because it just works better even when you go beyond the housing vouchering process. If you are looking to rent an apartment or whatever, they want to know where you bank and, just setting up those accounts, like a lot of things like online payments and things of that nature. So we do sometimes the case managers here, if the youth is interested, they will help them or refer them to banks or, talk with them about it and give them information and instruction to go out and do that. But even when you use certain apps like Venmo or Cash App or whatever, they have kind of developed over the few years. And so there's a way that we're able to pull down their bank account statements from those transactions.
So may I add a comment or a question actually? I'm coming from the vocational rehabilitation world. And so I understand that we all need a checking account, but I guess my question is there some prereq to that? Like teaching them how to use a checking account? That just because you have checks or just because you have a card to swipe or whatever the case may be, you don't always have money? Because especially when I work transition caseload, I run into a lot of kids who have a criminal background for hot checks.
Brianna Hale is on here and she is the aftercare manager. Brianna, can you talk about what is taught in the PAL classes? Or is she still on? I do know as a part of the preparation for adult living classes that they start taking here at 14 and a half through the age of 17, we do talk about checking accounts and savings accounts and things of that nature. But part of the case management piece for us in housing is that we actually work with them, especially if they start with our bridge housing program. We work with them to establish good practices when it comes to banking, budgeting, saving, all of those things. So we do work with them on that. And some of the things, because we work with them for a longer period of time, we may get a 23-year-old who has opened several accounts and they've lapsed, and we have to encourage them and implore them to, you're working, go back and pay those banks and do those things that are necessary to establish the correct correct credit habits, so it can put them in a positive place for them to move forward.
Excellent response. Thank you so much, because that's a scary ordeal, and before they know it, that can go from misdemeanor to a felony.
I used to be a parole officer, so yes, ma'am, I do understand.
And that's a great, financial literacy is so important to teach on the front end. Here's this one last question. I know you breached on 17, but Michaela Musser, or sorry if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly, saying youth are consistently being told they cannot open a bank account until they're 18. Is there a traditional bank that will work with 17-year-olds? And I guess this probably isn't directed specifically to you, Joan, but maybe to the group, as far as if anyone knows that information. I can also ask that out in the recap to see if we get a response from anyone who's not able to join us.
So I used to be a foster parent, so as well. So there are very few banks that will allow a 17-year-old, but yes, some credit unions will. But what happens is they sometimes require an authorized signer. So if you are, let's say, about 17 and a half and you are employed and you're going to do a direct deposit, then meeting with that branch manager, they may be able to find a way to waive that restriction.
Okay. Awesome. And then I see Ms. Shiley Seymour is putting in a couple of recommendations: credit unions, USA Prosperity, and then Marilyn is saying they may be able to through their employer. So I can add those into the recap. Also, all great suggestions and information. And thank you, Joan, all threefold. You had experience in all the different areas. Brazos Valley Credit Union. Okay, great. We have a few minutes left and it is time for open share. And I wanted to have Lavinia Chapman. Did you want to speak for a second?
Yes.
To your...
Yes.
Okay, wonderful.
I'm Lavinia Chapman, and I have we have a GRO in a transitional living program in the Harris County area, and I work with the youth before they get into being homeless per se or aging out of the system. And what we are doing currently is we are in our capital campaign to raise funding that will actually build a learning center, and we're needing funding for the brick and mortar. We have funding for the services. And the services are going to be with our vocational and technical training programs. It will include culinary, cosmetology, and computer training, as well as life skill courses. So we're working with the youth and giving them a foundation now before they actually age out of the system. And it'll also include driver's education, financial literacy, household management, and a lot of other different things as far as life skills. We're focusing on an extension of the PALS program where they go from age 14 and a half to 17. We start at age 14 for our TLP program, transitional living program, and we go up to age 23. So we're asking that if anyone knows of anyone that is making grants for brick and mortar, that you would contact me, because we really want to get this off the ground. And we're not going to just support the youth at Hearts with Hope. which are girls ages 7 to 17 and then up to 23. But we're also going to be providing services for youth in the surrounding area in the foster care system. So this is a really big deal. We have, right now we provide treatment services. We have the TLP program and we're providing these youth in the TLP program with more normalcy, with helping them with independent living, helping them get jobs, helping them to learn how to fill out applications, talking to them about education and going forward past their high school. And so the key to this program and what we've heard from youth that are aging out of the system is, where do I go to get services? And this is what we're trying to do, is provide them the services before they actually age out. And while we still have their attention, providing, different types of vocational and technical type training. So I want to thank you all for all the sharing that you've done today. This is my actual first time on the call, and it's been enlightening because we do have youth call us that have aged out of the system and they wanted this information. So we're going to be a resource in the Learning Center to not only youth, but to families as well. Thank you.
Awesome. So there's a round of applause in the chat for what you're doing with the capital campaign. Welcome to the collaborative also, Lavinia. And I saw you emailed me that information, so I'll make sure to share that out. There is a suggestion in the chat, says, have you tried the Brown Foundation?
We actually have made contact with the Brown Foundation, and we're working with one of their grant individuals. And so that is one of the things that we have in the fire, but any others would appreciate your support. Thank you.
Awesome. Okay. And we have 3 minutes left. Moya is sharing those flyers for the RAP Coalition Conference. It's coming up at the end of the month. Moya, if you want to say anything, go ahead. I'm going to unmic.
Hi, everyone. I just hope to see you all on the 25th. We are ready for you all. If you're interested about kinship support, it could be fictive, meaning it could be a non-relative placement or relative placement, and all are welcome professionals. But we especially want our families there so they can learn more. We have, of course, Workforce Solutions, Harris County Juvenile Probation Department. We have Foster Care Advocacy Center, some attorneys, Harris County Community Center, and just a whole bevy of great resources for you all, and is at no cost, and we will feed you. So make sure that you register so you can have a place and a plate. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Awesome. Thanks, Moya. And I see Susan wants to make a plea to the group.
Hi, this is Susan Molitor. I'm with Casa de Esperanza. We do foster care, voluntary foster care for young children, typically 6 and younger. And for 40 years, we've managed to do that in large part with the help of young people who are graduating from college and come and do a year of service for a year. And that has started to, well, it hasn't started. It has dried up like somebody has turned off the tap. And so we are working, we did have a program about 15 years ago for a period of time with older adult couples and individuals, so people that were 25 and older. And we are looking, excuse me, for couples or individuals. It's a fully paid position. It's a salaried position with full benefits to live in our houses in our neighborhood, would provide a furnished home for you to live in and take care of 1 or 2 children if you are, well, typically 2 children if you're an individual and 3 to 4 children if you're a couple, depending on the children's needs. And I just think this group might know somebody who's out there who maybe is changing jobs, who would be interested in that. I can provide flyers, or you can contact me. I can put my name in the, or my email in the chat. But I just know there's somebody out there who would be more than happy to take care of 2 kids for a good salary with full benefits, a vehicle, their food, utilities. I mean, somebody could pay off, you know, school debt or something. So if you know anybody who would be a great foster parent to young children, please just give me a call. Thank you.
Thanks, Susan. Yeah, if you'll share your information, or if you want to email me, and I can include that, a flyer, all of that in the recap also. The have a couple minutes. Tanya, if you want to share about Monarch Family, if anybody needs to go, please feel free to go. This is recorded, but would like to give anybody a chance to share.
Yeah, I'll make it real quick. I just wanted to let you guys know of a program that Monarch has going on. It's a PIL program. We are offering home licensing for kinship families or and unrelated families for children who are in extended foster care. We're looking to license those homes. We are trying to help identify kinship caregivers that are willing to take the children in and care for them. It's a case management service we are doing. It's a preparation for independent living. So it's going to be case management is going to be providing some of the same resources that the Hayes Center and PALS will be providing, but we are also trying to license the home. So if you guys know of any children that are aging out of care that have not identified a place to live, or if they have identified a place to live and that home would like to be licensed for extended foster care, let us know so we can enroll them. We have the trainings. We also have the funds to pay. I think it's going to be double the amount of regular foster care for these individuals. So if you have any homes or anyone who needs a placement, we have unrelated homes that are already licensed. If you have any children that needs to be placed in extended foster care, let us know so that we can go ahead and get that home licensed to care for those children. We are looking ages 16 through 21 years and 11 months. Yeah, 21 years, 11 months old is as far as we're going with this program.
Awesome. Thank you, Tanya. If you'll want to email me and send me, I can share out that information as well.
Okay.
Lots of share. We did have a couple people that emailed their open shares. Ma'am, some Memorial Assistance Ministries have some certification programs and training programs they have available. I'll share all of this out. Laura shared this out the other day for free OSHA 30 Intro to Pipeline Safety. And then I also wanted to share with the group, I know we said it before, but we do have a Workforce Solutions Foster Youth Collaborative Facebook page. This is going to be a great way to share all of this information, easy access to it all. If you send it to me, I can always share it on the Facebook page. But we also need members on the Facebook page, so I'm going to share this out. And so if you will click on it to become a member, and this will prevent all of the multiple emails that sometimes I tend to send out when people share such great information with me. It can all be found in one place. Myself, Maisha, Aurelia, we should all have access, so you could send it to any of us, and we can always upload it. The collaborative directory, that's always available. And then just we'll spend for next month. I don't think y'all can see this because I went to another page. Can y'all see this?
No.
Okay.
Well, no, we can't. I'm sorry.
Oh, let's do. Okay. Well, it landed on sex trafficking, drug treatment, recovery services. So we did just have that last month. So maybe we'll focus on that latter part of it or all together. I know treatment programs and recovery are resources that everyone's looking for and barriers to a lot of youth out there. So that's all we have for today. I know there's a lot in the chat box. This was great. Thank you all for staying over. And any questions, email us, and we'll send the recap and recording out by tomorrow afternoon is my promise. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Also, mark your calendars. So May 6th is our second annual Foster Youth Conference, working on the final flyer and details, but May 6th. Mark your calendars. Okay. We'll see you next month. Bye, everyone.
Thanks, everybody.